sorry, the radar. From News on 6, this is a winter weather update.
Good afternoon. Snow is kind of filling back in across much of the area in between our main waves of this winter storm coming through. We're kind of done with main wave number 1, filling in with a little bit of light snow in between, some big snowflakes falling at times. And then wave number 2 comes in tonight, which is going to be heavy and at times going to really add up to our accumulation totals quite a bit overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. So this is a live look from Fine Airport Parking in Tulsa International. They've been trying to clear the runways and the tarmacs, and so they've been working hard over there. And then in Tulsa, you can see the snowflakes flying around here from our downtown view. And so it's been a very cold, very winter day as we still deal with this winter storm, and will until probably the next 24 hours before things start to clear in terms of snow falling. Snow staying on the ground is going to last for a long time. Get to the metro. We have Brandon Wells. He's out in East Tulsa now. And Brandon, we have you on the phone with us. You've been out and about kind of tracking this for us through the morning hours. Give us an update to conditions and road conditions as well.
Yeah, Stacia, so right now, not too surprised, but you can see that in our shot, we're starting to get some pretty good size snowflakes starting to fall. These are more convective flakes. They're a lot bigger. So that's just going to add to the accumulation. But the roads are still, they're still in slick and snowpack conditions, but road crews are still out trying to maintain the roads. Back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Brandon. Oh, my goodness, I almost choked. All right. We'll continue to watch this through the afternoon. Of course, we have more snow falling, and we'll bring you updates as needed. Hi there, meteorologist StaciaKnight, along with meteorologist StephenNehrenz and ChloeArroyo, as we are tracking, of course, a winter storm and bringing you some updates on our digital platforms on YouTube, on News on 6 app, and many other locations. So thank you for joining us. As we look across the area today, snow continues to fall. I mean, it looks beautiful out there, but it is so cold, and the snow, of course, snow-packed roads. You have to drive very, very carefully if you are going to venture out. And we're not done with this system until we get to about noon on Sunday. That's when the snow will start to then taper off from here. And when we do have to take a commercial break on Channel 6, you will see this go black, and I'll try to let you know before then if we get there for that to happen. But we are taking commercial breaks on air, and then, of course, bringing you digital coverage, too, on our platforms. So for this winter storm, as we kind of hunker down and get through it, it has been a very cold, very snowy winter storm. So far, snow totals have ranged from 2 to 7 inches of snow. Some of our heavier snow bands that are kind of picking back up again coming out of central Oklahoma. You see one here. This is Okfuskee County, Okemah, and this Creek County, Bristow there. So this is from Welty to Boley, back to Prague and Little. This is going to be some pretty good snow kind of coming across. It's light over in Okmulgee County and then up towards Tulsa, but when you go back west towards Sand Springs and Sapulpa, the snow will pick up. We've had our storm trackers out driving on snow-covered roads all morning, all afternoon now, and they will go back out as we head into tonight. We have Brandon Wells out at this point, still monitoring conditions. And Brandon is closer into the metros on the east side of town. And again, light snow. Let's take a look at Brandon's shot here. Again, he's out in, we'll call it East Broken Arrow. This is where Brandon is, and he's obviously got snow on the ground. Brandon, we are doing digital coverage here and want you to give our digital listeners and viewers an update as to road conditions out in Broken Arrow.
Yeah, sure thing. So we are currently out here in Broken Arrow, and the snow that is beginning to fall, well, probably about 20 minutes ago, the flakes were the biggest I've seen with this system yet. So that's going to be interesting. But and the camera around here so we can talk about road conditions. Road conditions are improving a little bit. You can see here in Broken Arrow, they've got it cleared enough to where you can see it 2 lanes of travel. But I'm sure that that's probably not going to be the case in the next probably couple of hours as these heavier bands start to come over the top of us. But we're going to make our way closer, probably over towards Bixby, and try to get into one of those heavier bands to see really what's going on and see how heavy the snow really is coming down. You can see here in our shot we're getting ready to pass a snowplow right there. So, but roads here in Broken Arrow look pretty good considering the circumstances. Stacia?
Oh yeah, all things considering, I mean, we're doing okay for now, but we still have, like I mentioned, 24 hours to go, and we think that the heaviest precipitation is yet to come, honestly. As we get into tonight and tomorrow, we'll actually have a little bit more moisture with the system. We've had some drier air impact snow amounts here with the first wave. So we're going to increase as we go forward, of course, how much snow we get. But looking at tonight's wave, it does look heavier, and maybe even more so for areas north of Tulsa, back up into Osage County and Pawnee County. Obviously, our snow totals have moved a little bit in terms of where those higher amounts will end up. We could have 2 swaths or even 3 swaths of higher snow totals. Maybe one northwest of Tulsa is this kind of all filling in and then moving up to the northeast. So that could produce some good snows. And then down to the south, we're probably have heavier bands come through tonight, maybe down towards I-40, which would be, again, heavy at times and adding up very quickly. And we say good snows because this is going to bring some nice moisture to Oklahoma. I mean, we need it. We're very dry across the state, so we're happy to get the moisture. Unfortunately, though, it's coming with a winter storm, a lot of impacts, and roads are slick and they're snow-packed, and travel is tough. But it's also very, very cold. Temperatures are in the single digits and the teens, which, you know, for Oklahoma is pretty unusual, very, very cold. And then wind chills are actually sub-zero right now from Tulsa to the north. So it's bitter cold, and you have to really protect yourself when you're going out and about, because when your wind chills dip down to -5, -10, frostbite can occur within 30 minutes. So you just have to really protect yourself. Right now, a closer look in here, we have StephenNehrenz and ChloeArroyo in house, and Chloe will bring you some of the really fun kind of viewer pictures pictures that we have had come in and videos. We've just been flooded with mostly pets because it is so cold, and Chloe will get in on that coming up. And then Stephen's got a look at future snow totals and kind of the last wave of this system that is going to come through. So they're in-house, they're working on that right now, and they'll have that ready to go for you here in just a few minutes. Back to radar. Again, we're still going to continue with snow, and this is honestly filled in a little sooner than we anticipated, just being in between waves. We're not even technically starting wave number 2 yet. It's just kind of filled in between the waves. And so now this light snow that we will keep in the forecast from here on out into the afternoon, the rest of the afternoon, because it's now after 12. But we will see the more snow as the day goes on. Of course, the more intense and heaviest snows come in tonight. Our view from Jinx this morning, this is a gym. So it was kind of fun to see all the folks that were kind of venturing out into the snow this morning to go to the gym. Good for you. And it looks like they made it there safely. Now they've all left. But this is Jinx right now. Roads are still obviously snow packed. Road crews are on 12-hour shifts trying to help us out. They've been doing a great job. This is 169 over at the BA. They really focus in on doing one lane on highways until things can clear up enough and the snow doesn't fall back or continue to fall and kind of fill in what they've already done. So they're working on one lane here. So this is northbound 169, one lane there, and then this is the exit ramp. Be careful when you're still getting out and about, even though the lanes are looking pretty good when you're trying to change lanes. And I mean, this looks a little fast right there, but they're trying to change lanes, or you're trying to merge, and you could run into some issues with some drifts. Just again, use caution. This is over at Fine Airport Parking. Stephen and I and Chloe have been watching the crews trying to clear the runways and the tarmacs, and the snow has kind of filtered back in now, so your visibility is much lower than what it was earlier. But they've been really working hard on that. Have not had many flights in and out of Tulsa today, obviously, and a lot were canceled yesterday too, because one of the main connectors, or the main connecting flights out of Tulsa, is Dallas or Houston, and they, especially Dallas, having some issues today with weather. So a lot of flight issues. Downtown Tulsa, the visibility is really reduced as the snow has been picking up. Can almost see the buildings downtown. Visibility is at some point in time dipped down to less than a mile. Wind chills. Want to touch on this too. -3 in Owasso, -3 in Broken Arrow, -3 in Bartlesville. It is super, super cold out. And if you look across the country, the central parts of the country all the way up to Canada, I highlighted where we have sub-zero wind chills, where we have negative wind chills. It's a lot of the country. So that was some cold Arctic air, obviously, that settled down and into the States, and it's all the way down to Dallas, where they have a wind chill of 7. Houston right now has a wind chill of 34. So, Stephen, that's the way it looks as of now. And Chloe's, do you want to come and do some of your snowfall maps?
Sure, you tell me. Yeah. You're in charge here.
Oh, well. Well, then let's go home. No, I'm just kidding.
Stacia, if you're in charge, can you stop the snow?
Yes, I would. And I would make it sunny and 75.
Okay, I think Aaron would like that especially.
Yeah, or it's for the people that want it, want the snow, bring another foot of snow. It's either or, right? You can't,
Right?
Yeah, sure. I was literally looking for a clicker as I was walking. So that's my fault for interrupting everything. No, you're fine. My silly comments. Yeah, it is incredibly cold. All right, so we've been emphasizing that on and on. The snow is what everyone focuses on, and I get that. But for kids, as the kids venture out this afternoon and they want to enjoy the snow, make sure that you're limiting their time outside, even though they may not like that if they're wanting to enjoy the snow, because wind chill's below 0. That's obviously not something you want to be out in for an extended period of time. As adults, you don't want to be an extended period of time out in that, much less the kids. Some of the snowfall reports that we've had up to this point with this system, starting last night through midday today, so through about noon today. And we had much of this was the overnight and early morning hours, but we've just kind of continuously added to this over the last few hours as pockets of snow. Every time we've kind of cleared out, more pockets of snow have filled back in, and as we just showed you on radar, we've got more kind of bursts of moderate to heavy snow that are fairly localized, but those are racing in this afternoon a little bit faster than anticipated out ahead of what it's still kind of the bigger round 2 tonight. But again, this is what we've had, a verified report so far. A range of 3 to 5 inches, I would say, is kind of the general range that we've seen. Now, the further north you head, there have been some lighter totals up in southeast Kansas, but in the Tulsa metro, kind of the northeast side of the metro, closer to Claremore, not just a little outside of Claremore, Actually, it was in Owasso. Now that I say that, about a 4-inch report. Around Skiatook, a reported 5 inches of snow. Northeast of Okmulgee, about 4.5 inches. Down around Lake Eufaula, about a 5-inch report. McAllister, and this was a report from earlier this morning, so you've probably added more since then, reported 3.5 inches of snow, but that was also with sleet that occurred first and some sleet that's mixed in. So that obviously has made for even worse road conditions. Where we've had mainly snow so far, it's helped the road crews who have been working overtime, by the way, and doing a really good job. It's helped them be able to at least, plow the main roads where it's just that powdery snow. But down south where you've had the sleet mixed in, it makes it harder to clear those roads because that ice just packs down, the sleet that is, packs down so much and makes it harder to clear. So that's what's happened in southeastern Oklahoma. You see that? There was a report of 7.5 inches of snow so far near Porham Landing. That's the highest total that we've had reported up to this point. And this is what always happens with our winter storms, any winter storm, whether it's a smaller one or a bigger storm, is that there's always localized higher totals. That's the biggest report we've had so far. As far as the total snowfall forecast, now through Sunday afternoon. Sunday afternoon is when this winter storm is winding down. Obviously, there's been adjustments to the snowfall forecast. We've been adding to the snowfall totals today to kind of catch up a little bit, so to speak, to our forecast from even 24 hours ago. But overall, that round number 1 that we had was impacted by drier air, and so we were at the 2 to 4 inch range on those totals with round 1 before we've added some more to that. But having said that, kind of the combination of that first round and what's still to come, it has brought the snow total forecast down some from the forecast, like I said, from even about 24 hours ago. But we still think, the dark blue here is a wide range of 6 to 8 inches of snow, if not more, because we still expect that round number 2 later tonight to be locally heavier than what we've already had so far. So there's a possibility that the locally higher totals, go quite a bit higher in spots than what we've got kind of on the range on the map here. So that is still a very impactful winter storm. And there will be some spots that, those totals really climb even higher, in localized spots. So still expecting this to be pretty heavy snow from later tonight, Saturday night, into Sunday morning, on top of what we've had already. And of course, the bitter cold conditions are also a big time impact. In addition, if you're trying to get outside over the next 24 hours or so, we're hoping those winds finally settle a little bit, but I mean, wind chills below 0. It's going to be hard to get the wind chills above 0 through the weekend, which is saying something. So the bitter cold will stick with us even after the snow moves out Sunday afternoon. Oh,
back on. Thanks so much, Stephen. That was awesome. Thank you. So again, I told you that Chloe had some pictures and videos from viewers that were sent in, and Chloe, it's so cold that we haven't had a lot of kid pictures because obviously the wind chill's below 0. You're not really going to get out there or spend a lot of time outdoors if you do. And Stephen talked about how much, safety you need to take into precaution, all the warm things that we need to grab and protect our skin because frostbite can be an issue.
Yep.
But you've had a lot of pet photos, dog photos come in.
So many dogs outside. I just loved seeing those pictures throughout the morning. I do want to show you a couple of them. So this is the first one, and it is just so cute. We were looking at this earlier. This is Axel in Skiatook, submitted by his parents, Samantha and William. So thank you so much for sending your photos. Anytime you guys have pictures of the kiddos playing outside, of course, bundled up because it is very, very cold, or any of the pets running around in the backyard. Speaking of, our very own Jaden Brandon, she's one of our reporters here at News on 6. Her 2 dogs, Callie and Tucker, were out and about and they were living their best life in the snow. I think the dogs like it a little bit better because they have that fur coat to kind of keep them warm and insulated. And then last but not least, I thought this was so cute. Big helper Maverick clearing the driveway for his parents. This was sent in by Sierra McBride. I just think this is so cute. Can he plow my driveway?
That is the cutest thing.
I loved that. So keep sending your pictures. We love it. We love to see it.
It amazes me the cold tolerance of kids.
I know.
Because that would be so hard to do. Oh my goodness.
Rosy cheeks and all. We love it.
All right. Hey, thank you so much, Chloe. Let's take you through Future View now, kind of what we're looking at for the rest of today into tonight. And with Future View here, I think it's over on 5. There you go. This is a look at the latest kind of short-term model data that we get in, and we're going to just kind of kind of go through the rest of the day. So we are looking at more snow, light snow for the afternoon, and we're in between waves right now. So the next heavy wave is more so tonight, but you can see how the moisture kind of increases as we go into the afternoon today. We're going to get snow showers, and as Stephen mentioned, kind of on and off, heavier at times, more so maybe down to the south, but still watching a band that could end up with some higher totals even to the northwest of Tulsa. By 4 o'clock, temperatures are in the teens and still some single digits. Stephen also mentioned that it's going to be very difficult to get wind chill values above 0 today, especially from Tulsa north and into the afternoon. I mean, wind chills really probably won't move too much. But right now, again, as we watch today and kind of how it unfolds, more snow is going to be building back in. So let's also use the U.S. radar, the composite radar. Let's zoom out, and this is a large system. And so with this large system, there's still the second wave. It's back into West Texas and New Mexico. That's how far that we have to go. We still have to get that moisture that's out to the west to move through. So that's a big picture across Oklahoma right now. You can see it is heavier out in southwest Oklahoma, out by Altus to Elk City. And I think anywhere, I mean, even from I-40 to the south, Stephen, there may be a little bit of sleet mixed in. And going into tonight when that second wave starts to pick up, so right in here and kind of moving that out to the, yeah, so there you go. This is, I think, what will turn into the second kind of heavier wave. This will all kind of merge right in here together and then swing up and over us. And we'll have to deal with probably sleet and snow mix at first, especially maybe I-40 to the south. Sleet can impact your snow totals. Sleet takes a lot more moisture to form, and snow is very light, but we will have more moisture with the second wave. I think that's kind of what happened with the first wave, is just it really had to battle dry air. It didn't have as much moisture, we think, as the second wave will. And so now that second wave will come in, it's actually expected to be a little bit heavier in many locations, but you could still get a mix, especially south of Tulsa. And I would even say south of I-40 tonight. So McAllister, the areas in southeast Oklahoma have really fared overall pretty well, considering the icing potential that they were looking at. So having more sleet, having more snow over freezing rain is definitely a good thing. But as we go into tonight, you may get more sleet snow mix before it transitions back to all snow. And that just has to do with the temperature profile of the atmosphere. And it can change in between hours. So you switch over to all snow, then maybe a layer of air aloft kind of warms enough that you'll turn into sleet, and it just kind of waffles and goes back and forth from there. So this is the big picture. We have snow up in Kansas, which snow up in Kansas actually started yesterday. And then we go over into Missouri and Illinois, and there's just a ton of snow. More of an ice storm event expected in northern Louisiana and Mississippi, and kind of up into southern parts of Tennessee, also over into Arkansas. The purple counties are ice storm warnings. So at least we're not dealing with that. We're dealing with snow, and it's a very dry, powdery snow, at least as of now, which is more good for skiing. So I think some of those ski resorts in the Rockies are probably pretty jealous of us getting that good skiing snow. It's not good for packing. It doesn't have, again, a lot of moisture. It's a very dry snow. Once we go into tonight, maybe we can get more of that wet snow that you can try to build a snowman with. I don't think we're gonna have many big snowman pictures out of this system, but there's gonna be some kids that try to sled for sure. And we'll kind of see how that works out. I don't know how fast you're going to go on this, but maybe by Monday and Tuesday, after some melting occurs, you can start to get a little bit faster if it freezes. All right, so hey, again, the ice storm warnings off to the east of us, east and southeast. It's cold in Dallas right now, winter storm warnings for them, and then more of a mix kind of back to the west. So you guys, as we go forward here, we have our storm trackers out. Brandon Wells is over in BA. Let's check back in with Brandon. It's been a few minutes, and let's get a look. This is Jinx, so this is on the west side of Tulsa, and then we have Broken Arrow on the east side of town, and that's where Brandon is. Brandon is out on the east side of town. Brandon, it looks like you are kind of just traveling maybe in some rural areas out in East Broken Arrow.
Yeah, that is correct, Stacey. So we're going to be at East 121st and the South 145th. And yeah, we're trying to position ourselves to get into this heavier band that's coming up just on the east side of Bixby. We'd like to see what kind of snowfall we're dealing with in that heavier band, but yeah, right now, so on this side of town, you can see the roads are a little bit more snow-packed, snow-covered, so maybe not as much focus or as much treatment over here on this side for whatever reason. But the snow isn't currently coming down at a real heavy rate just yet, but the further east that we move, I believe that's going to change. I haven't seen I mean, there's some people out and about, but there's not a whole lot of people out. So that's good. Just taking the advice and just enjoying it from home. Like we've been saying all morning, all night, it's just extremely cold. I was out, matter of fact, I was out knocking the ice off my windshield wipers. And this has got to be, and I'm normally pretty okay with touching snow bare hands, but this has been some of the prettiest cold snow that I've seen in some time. And I think it's just because the overall Arctic air mass that we're dealing with, the sub-freezing temperatures and just really cold. So if you're going to be out in it, you just got to make sure to layer up for it and take all the safety precautions because it doesn't take much to get in trouble. So we'll see what happens a little bit later tonight, as I'm sure we'll be out tracking this all through the night and just continue with the updates through the evening.
All right. Thanks so much, Brandon. Appreciate you. It's not really, I don't think, too much of a fun drive to be driving slow all over town, giving us road reports, but we appreciate it. Chloe, you just pointed out something to me about power outages in far southeast Oklahoma, McCurtain County, our farthest, most southeast county. And that was the zone that we were more worried about with power outages and icing. And I just said, oh, I think we're doing okay. But no, you're not down in McCurtain County. What do you got going on?
Yeah, not quite. We are starting to see an uptick in those power outages, not only in parts of McCurtain County near Idabel, about 1,000 without power right now. But you go near Texarkana and folks, a little over 5,000 folks, nearly 6,000 customers without power, extending all the way down to the Dallas metro. So this is a pretty big storm system. Luckily, we haven't seen too much in the way of ice or power outages here in the metro because we've just seen so much snow compared to wintry mix. But for folks a little further south into the east, that freezing rain, sleet, that wintry mix really does pack a punch. And overall, the ice covering the power lines, it's inevitable. We've been talking about power outages off to the south and east, and here it is. I mean, that is exactly what's going on right now. Before I toss it back to Stacia, this is a good estimation of what the road conditions are right now. And it also shows how some areas in southeastern and southern Oklahoma as a whole are just covered in ice. The areas in the pink, but especially those areas in the red on the ground surface, they're pretty covered in ice. Here around the rest of the state in the blues, the light blues especially, and then those darker blues, a little bit higher snow totals on the roads. This is just a radar estimation for right now, but a lot of areas covered in snow, and to the south, unfortunately, a lot of areas covered in ice, and McCurtain County just being one of them with those power outages. Stacia, lots of folks without power to the south.
All right, thanks so much, Chloe. Appreciate that. So this is a look at future view, and as we go into the second wave, which is going to be later today, there may be more of a mix that shows back up in southeast Oklahoma, and that could be sleet, snow mix. So we're going to watch for that. And we really haven't had from, I would say, Pittsburgh County, Latimer County, LaFleur County, so right in here, which is part of our viewing area. So we haven't had any power outage issues in those particular counties. Overnight, we actually did up to the north, and Nowata County had folks up by Lenapaw without power for several hours overnight. So hopefully crews, I mean, I'm sure they're working hard trying to get all that power restored as far as southeast Oklahoma, but it might be a while as another round of precipitation is going to come in tonight. So there'll probably be more power outages. So here's 4 o'clock with our latest weather models, and you can see that this is all kind of snow that's built back in. It's heavy at times, especially down on I-40, but we're also watching out to the northwest as maybe another band kind of forms and comes up to the northwest of Tulsa. And then I just lost my data there. I think I flipped over to an older run. We'll fix that. But again, for Sunday, we're going to have the snow move out by noon, and then it's going to be very, very cold for Sunday night, Monday morning. So snow has ended, but the coldest temperatures of this whole event will come up Monday. And that's when our temperature will probably fall to about -5, -6 in Tulsa, and then it will be down to a wind chill of potentially -15 to -20. So on top of the winter storm warnings that we have for the snow and the sleet, but we also have cold weather warnings in place because of the wind chills, and that runs through Monday morning. So some schools may go back, some schools may not. We don't know yet what schools will decide to do coming up Monday morning, but it will be dangerously cold headed to school, even though Snow will no longer be falling. Snow will definitely still be on the ground. And right now, some of those heavier snow bands are starting to show back up in Tulsa, back to the west. And so you see here in Payne County, Cushing, Yale, Avery, in the darker shade of blue, that's more snow kind of headed eastbound over towards Tulsa. Chloe's driving the radar there. Down by Welty, also a heavier band that's going to come in. And our storm trackers, Brandon Wells, he's noticed that the snowflakes are bigger. We kind of see that too from our cameras. So this larger snowflakes coming in now, and it's more of a light to moderate pace here from Tulsa back to the west for that snowfall rate. So again, that's what we have at this time, and we'll continue obviously to bring you updates through the afternoon. We'll have another update scheduled on Channel 6 after the basketball game. We're currently in basketball. It's a fun time of year, isn't it? And dealing with, of course, a winter storm on our hands. Temperatures out the door right now are in the single digits, in the teens. It is very unpleasant. You see the snow falling, kids want to go outside and play in it. But I mean, they're not going to be out there for very long. It's so cold. And if they do go out, make sure they have waterproof gloves, not those little knit kinds, because anything that can hold moisture is going to make it feel so much worse. Did you fix that for me? Thank you so much, Stephen. He's got it. He's on it. So, okay, 4 o'clock here, latest model run. This is okay. Now the latest model run. So this is light snow still in the area, possibly some sleet down to the south. The next wave really builds up overnight tonight. It gets heavy again, but there's the chance that sleet totals may impact your snow totals south of I-40. We'll see how far north the sleet can mix in and impact, of course, that. But sleet can also make roads very, very slick. If you have enough accumulation and it can kind of pack down and almost act like a sheet of ice, that is awful. So you really don't want to drive in that. Snow is a little better. You sometimes can get more traction, obviously, on snow, but when you get enough sleet, it kind of turns into a sheet of ice. When we go into Sunday morning, we'll still have snow falling. We're going to have a few heavier pockets of snow showers. Temperatures will be back in the single digits, some low teens. Wind chills, of course, will be sub-zero. But then Sunday afternoon, a little bit of an uptick, I'd say even by early or late morning, early afternoon before it clears completely. And then by noon, snow's moving out, maybe a few flurries linger. The cold temperatures definitely, though, stay put. And I just mentioned how cold Monday morning will be. So right now we look at a little bit of some mix down in far southeast Oklahoma. Von Castor's been hanging out in McAllister. He's probably going to stay there just to make sure and monitor conditions down in southeast Oklahoma for us. But again, Brandon is in the metro. Let's look at some of our cameras here. I'm going to show you what these look like. Stephen, the first one I'm going to pull up, and you noticed this a while ago, was the folks over at Tulsa International trying to clear the tarmacs or clear the runways, and now I feel like it's almost filled back in again for them.
Yeah, it has. That just shows you how quickly the snow can pile back up, even this kind of dry, powdery snow. So that's a good example of all it takes is a couple heavier bursts of snow, and that fills back in pretty quickly. So you've got a couple other camera views. There's downtown Tulsa. It looks really pretty, right? Of course, it's frigidly cold, so if you're going to venture outside, make sure you're aware. Of course, like we've been saying, now you and I were also talking about these bands of precip that are moving in right now that kind of have more of a, we say convective element to them, basically meaning they have slightly more energy to work with and can be locally heavier, have locally heavier bursts with them. Sometimes that can lead to heavy snow, other times that can lead to sleet. And I point this out because I was just hearing Brandon chatting with us a minute ago. We might want to go back to him just briefly about seeing actually more sleet with this, which we haven't had a whole lot of that in the Tulsa Metro up to this point.
Okay. Yeah.
If they want to go back to Brandon's shot here momentarily.
It looks like his shot is frozen, but let's check back in with him because I hear him on the phone.
Yeah, let's,
Okay, it's back up.
Yeah, there it is. All right, so Brandon, go ahead with kind of what you're seeing there with your the precip there, Broken Arrow.
Yeah, sure thing. So as we've been making our way east with this heavier band, we're at 209th and 121st right now, and this is all sleet. There is no snow falling with this band. So it's all sleet. It's been light, mostly light, but there have been a couple occasions where it's gotten a little heavy, just quick bursts. But right now it's light. I've got the camera pointed down to try to see if you guys can see it bouncing off the hood there. Looks like it might be letting up a little bit, but about, I'd say 5-10 minutes ago, further back to the west, it was coming down pretty good, and it was all sleet. There was no snow. So, unfortunately, that makes it harder for the road crews and for the snow lovers because it eats into the snow total.
Yes, it does, Brandon. So hopefully we can keep the sleet away, but we may get more of that as we go through the afternoon and into tonight. Again, we're just going to see that mix happen, I think, for a while today, just on and off intermittent. Surprised it's all the way up into Tulsa. Not surprised, though, when it's in far southeast Oklahoma. That was kind of our main zone. But Tulsa and some of the model data for this system was kind of right on the line of having a little bit of a mix. And so I think we drew some sleet totals all the way up to almost the southern Tulsa County line for the whole system. But as you can see, the big picture, it's a huge system. So we had the cold Arctic air mass kind of settle in for us here. Obviously in Oklahoma, we were warm for a few days and then the Arctic air hit. The northeast side of the country has been pretty cold for a while, so they have been used to the cold. But for us, it's been quite the shock. But on top of it, you have a system that came in from the Pacific, and that has drawn up all the Pacific moisture, and it's going to come in two waves. We already finished up with wave number 1. At this point in time, we're kind of in between waves, and the snow has filled in between those waves. And then wave number 2, the moisture is still kind of back into West Texas, and then that will have to lift up and over the area today. But again, for us, it's more snow and it's occasionally sleet, as Brandon mentioned. I'm curious what this next band, Stephen, would have out in northwest Creek County and Payne and northern Lincoln County, because if that band that came through Tulsa had a little bit of sleet in it, then maybe this band can as well. So we're just going to watch for that. And again, we'll bring you updates as we go forward. Do you guys have anything else to add, Stephen and Chloe? Because they've been with us. I mean, they've been with me since this morning. Can't do it without them. It's been quite a ride here this morning with the winter storm, and we're not done yet. We still have another 24 hours to go as that last wave is going to come through tonight, and snow will finally kind of wind down late tomorrow morning. So we have a lot to get through here still, and probably this next wave. Stephen, would you agree on this, that maybe the next wave kind of brings in the potential of a little bit higher accumulation than what wave number 1 did? So wave number 1, majority of us picked up 2 to 4 inches of snow, common. Most of our reports have been in that range. One report down in southeast Oklahoma was actually up to 7 inches. So we'll see what wave number 2 can do. But of course, plan on, if you were going to get out, you're planning on roads being snow packed. Maybe a little sleet mix in would actually make them a little bit slicker, more slippery. And then also you're preparing for the cold. In case anything happened when you're out on the roadways, you want to make sure you have a blanket, have some water with you, make sure your phone is charged and you're not going to be dealing with a low battery in case you got to call somebody and wait on them. And just make sure you're being safe, because it is super, super cold. Do you guys have anything else you think?
You know, there's one more thing that I will say I might add, if we can go ahead and switch this over. Thank you so much. I do want to point out, even though this next storm is within the span of 24 hours, the cold does not end. I mean, it's going to be for a long time, especially throughout this week. Wind chills in the negatives, not only this upcoming morning on Sunday morning, Monday morning, Tuesday morning. We're going to have very, very bitter cold temperatures in the mornings, and we don't really go above freezing in the afternoon throughout the entire week. So it's really going to feel like bitter, bitter cold winter.
It's not going away. It's going to be a struggle to get up to freezing. We're definitely looking at, 100 hours plus consecutively below freezing, which was why we really were stressing to folks, Stephen, about prepping our homes, because pipes freezing, breaking, that is a huge possibility when you're dealing with such a stretch of temperatures below freezing. House fires, and that is a huge issue. Make sure you're being really careful with space heaters if you're using space heaters, because that could be obviously a bad situation if something were to catch on fire. With space heaters, just know you want to plug them right into the wall. Don't use an extension cord. Don't use a surge protector, anything like that, and make sure they're 3 feet away from anything flammable. Stephen, just a quick update. You talked a lot as we prepped for this week about car preparation, what you needed in the vehicle if you were going to get out on the roadways. I mentioned a few things, but you've really been covering it all week long about what to put in your car to take with you when you do venture out, because roads are passable. You can do it. You just drive slow.
Yeah, for sure. We saw that with our storm trackers earlier this morning, that road conditions were doable, relatively speaking. But obviously, it goes without saying that you can't be driving, highway speeds, normal highway speeds today, normal city street speeds today. So, with the snow obviously falling, but also with the cold conditions, that's the other thing too, is that, say you get stuck out on the roads today, as I'm showing you the wind chills right now. Say you get stuck out on the roads today and you're needing assistance, or you're trying to, fix some things on your car on your own. It's below zero. So, you get outside for more than a few minutes and the cold is impacting you significantly. But yeah, obviously use plenty of caution the next few days, and hopefully you did things like checking your tires, and I mean, it's a little late to be doing that at this point now with the bitter cold. Oh, you've got that on the links too. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, but if you hadn't already and you were trying to venture out on the roads the next few days, obviously all the warm weather gear you can imagine, anything that you need to give your tires some traction if you get stuck. Flashlights, phone chargers, first aid kits. I think the flashlights and phone chargers are ones that maybe we don't always remember to grab and put in the car, but obviously you need that too if maybe you get stuck somewhere on the roads over the next few days. And even if you're not trying to air your tires back up right now in the bitter cold, keep an eye on your tire pressure. It obviously will go a lot lower in the cold. That's what happens when the cold air settles in. But obviously, as you know, if your tire pressure is too low, that's obviously a danger. So if you've got that, the tire pressure gauges monitors in your car, keep a close eye on those over the next few days and make sure the car is fueled up. Again, you may not want to go do that in the sub-zero wind chills, but I mean, hopefully you did that before the cold came in. I'll just put it that way.
Yes, I know I did. Well, I sent my husband to do it. All right, hey, so we are going to leave our stream up for a while. We're going to hop off here, get ready for some more on-air cut-ins on Channel 6. But again, we'll leave our graphics up for a little while longer. If you see it go black, that means we are on live on Channel 6. So thanks for joining us. We'll, of course, keep you updated as the afternoon goes on and pop back on if anything changes. And our PM crew will be here. Trav, Alan, and Aaron will be here in a few minutes as well. So again, thanks for joining us. We'll be back with more information as you need it.
From News on 6, this is a winter weather update.
Good afternoon. We continue to track a winter storm bringing more snow to eastern Oklahoma. Wave number 1 is finished up. Now, light snow is kind of filled in between the waves, and we're gearing up for another heavier wave tonight into early tomorrow morning, which actually may bring more snow than wave number 1 did. We're going to kind of wait and see, but things right now are looking still with light to moderate snow in many spots, including up around Tulsa, back to the west and to the north. We're getting a break down in southeast Oklahoma. We've had a break going on for a while, and our storm trackers are still out. Brandon Wells is out in East Broken Arrow monitoring conditions. When you get into this darker shade of blue, that's some heavier snows that are kind of building back in, moving east, that will cross through the metro. There may be a little bit of sleet mixed in as well in some of this. Brandon has reported that. Let's go to Brandon's shot really quickly, because again, Brandon's out in East Broken Arrow. I want to talk to him too, get a fast update from him as we're in a game timeout, so we're going to take that time to bring you the latest update. So here's where Brandon is, and Brandon, very fast update from you here coming up out in East Broken Arrow. Really quick update on the roads.
Yeah, so the roads in most areas are snowpacked, other than the main artillery roads in Broken Arrow, but your side roads, neighborhoods are all snowpacked. So if you're going to venture out, just use caution. Stacia.
All right, thanks so much, Brandon. I mean, it is also super, super cold out there. So you see from his shot, it is snow-packed, and folks can get out. You just have to go very slowly. I mean, it's passable, it's doable, but you have to be very, very careful. And then there's more snow coming in, obviously, tonight. You saw the wind chill values there. They were sub-zero, and it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I mean, it's a struggle to even climb above zero for the wind chill today. It's so, so cold. So when you talk about the second wave coming in, that wave is still building back in West Texas and eastern New Mexico. So there's a lot more wintry precipitation to go. Obviously, our totals are going to come up, and we're still going to be dealing with travel issues tonight into tomorrow. We'll continue to bring you the latest here on Channel 6 and on our streaming services, so you can also join us there.
News on 6. This is a winter weather update.
Meteorologist AaronReeves here as the morning crew and the afternoon crew are doing a changing of the guards, so to speak. I just kind of wanted to bring you along on what's going on. We do still have snow falling across the area, anywhere from 2 to 5 inches present from that previous band that moved through. Our next round is getting its act together, and it'll begin to move through the evening and into the overnight hours, and that one will probably have a little bit heavier snowfall with it as it does so. So here's kind of a look at what's going on. Notice we have Brandon out right now. Broad area of snow, heavier snow bands back towards Kingfisher and Cordell back in western Oklahoma. Those will stream our direction. The snow goes all the way up into Kansas, and right now it's mainly light to moderate where it is falling, and primarily across the northern half of the viewing area. So you see a decent band here just through southern Osage County back towards Pawnee and Yale. That'll provide some moderate snow. Not a lot of wind with this right now, so that's at least good. It's not blowing and drifting as much as it was last night. And you can see it's kind of a bit lesser, more scattered as you go to the south of the metro area, as there's not quite as much widespread snow, just kind of scattered snow showers down in this area. Vaughn's and McAllister, and he'll be back up and running here in a little bit. But Brandon is here on the east side of the metro. You can see a snowy view there, some snow there on the roadway in front of the gas station there. And what I noticed on the way in, that the people that were out and about were driving properly equipped vehicles and using winter driving condition protocol, driving slowly. That's what you have to do, but if you don't have to be out, just stay in. Temperatures very cold, single digits to teens, 9 up in Pawhuska and Burbank. It feels like we're below 0, so very, very cold out there. You definitely want to make sure you're ready in case you get stuck. But otherwise, we've seen once again 2 to 5 inches. We'll see another round that could eventually get us up to 10 inches plus in a few locations. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised. We'll be back through the afternoon with additional information. Testing, 1 2 1 2 1 2.
From News on 6, this is a winter weather update.
Meteorologist AaronReeves here, once again just bringing you up to speed on what's going on with our snow event and some sleet as well for some, especially down to the south. Snow covering the ground here anywhere from about 2 to 5 inches, pretty common across northeast Oklahoma. That was from the first round. Our next round is kind of starting to take shape back to our southwest as we speak, and part of that moving through the area currently. Scattered areas of snow showers in some places where the darker blues exist. It would be a little bit more moderate. Notice southeast Oklahoma, less coverage here. It's more scattered, and there's also a bit more sleet mixing in there where you see the pink shaded areas. So kind of a closer inspection of northern parts of the area. Scattered snow showers where we have these darker blue bands. That's where it's perhaps up to around moderate with its rate of falling across the area. And notice a little scattered around the metro, but that will gradually fill in with time, becoming the most heavy late this evening into tonight before tapering off tomorrow. More scattered in nature across southern parts of the area, and we'll continue to watch that. We have trackers out. Brandon Wells is on the east side of the metro, and you can see snow covering the ground here, but notice any cars are few and far between. And the ones I did see out there when I drove in were generally properly equipped vehicles, and they were moving at proper speeds for this type of road conditions. And you can see that still being the case here. These guys might be going a little fast, but just go slow if you're going to be out and about, and make sure you do not have a rear-wheel drive vehicle. It is also cold. Make sure you have blankets in the car if you're heading out. Temperatures around 10, give or take. We also see wind chill values, what it feels like, even though the winds aren't that strong. It's enough to make it feel like it's below zero. So very cold. Once again, 2 to 5 inches, pretty common by the time it's all said and done. Factoring into tonight's amount as well. We could see anywhere from 6 to 10 in the blue, and then this darker purple area, maybe 8 to 12 locally or a little bit more. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised throughout the rest of the evening through tomorrow.
From News on 6, this is a winter weather update.
Meteorologist AaronReeves here along with AlanCrone, updating you on our very cold and snowy weekend that is unfolding across the area. Winter storm warning still in place. A very snowy view of the airport. They have been working feverishly, just plowing all of the paved area out there. You can see another big area of snow moving in. Right now it's kind of patchy in nature. There are heavier bands and then areas where not much is happening. There is a little sleet mixed in some locations as well, especially from Tulsa down to the south. But you can see these bands of snow moving through the northern half of the viewing area, Brandon there and Broken Arrow. And where we have these darker blues, that will be more moderate intensity precipitation, and you may get a little bit more of a burst of some light accumulations at that time before the heavier activity moves in later tonight. Also starting to fill in back to the south as well. You can see large area of snow moving into the McAllister area, Pittsburgh County, Vaughn there, just south of McAllister. We'll take a look at his video in a moment, but we'll start in the metro with Brandon. He's in Broken Arrow. You can see still snowy roadways across the area. Cars have been driving slow, which is what you want to see. And we've also been seeing mostly well-equipped vehicles out there as well. If you have a rear-wheel drive vehicle, not the best time to be out. Vaughn, once again, he's south of McAllister there on the highway. You can see definitely snow covered in that area. So it is a slow go, and people once again are using caution for the most part from what I've seen on our camera views here as they have been out and about. Very cold, dangerously cold, temperatures hovering around 10 degrees give or take, and the light breeze that we do have makes most of us feel like we're below zero at this point in time. So once again, dress accordingly if you're going to be outside. We've seen 2 to 5 inches of snow, locally around 7. And we could see, once things are all said and done, 10 to 12 inches in some locations. So we'll continue to watch things. Of course, we'll have live streaming on our News on 6 weather YouTube page. If you want to follow that, we'll either be on there live at times or have rotating maps go through. Keep it here. We'll keep you posted all the way through the event.
News on 6. This is a winter weather update.
Meteorologist AaronReeves here, along with AlanCrone and TravisMeyer. We're bringing you the latest on what's going on with our winter situation out there. It's awfully cold and awfully snowy. You can see snowpack on the roadways, but mainly what we're seeing here are well-equipped vehicles for this, and they are traveling slowly. Notice, just slowly take out. I mean, that's what you got to do. If you're going to be out and about, you just got to take it easy and plan for extra time. And we're going to take a lot of extra time to get this system out of here because it is huge. We have snow going all the way from the East Coast near Washington, D.C. through Illinois, Missouri, and then all the way back to Midland and El Paso. And this is that second part of the storm that'll bring us our heavier precipitation overnight tonight. Winter storm warning in place through tomorrow. It's going to continue to be a little bit of a mess out there. And you can see bands and patches of snow moving through the northern half of the area where we have the darker blues. That's where it's a bit more of the moderate scope, so to speak. But it does break up at times and lighten at times. We have Brandon here in the metro area, and you can see light to moderate snow at times moving over the metro currently. We'll take a look at his video here in just a bit. First, we're going to take a look at what's going on to the south. Notice the algorithm in our radar system has placed some pink color on here. That's because we've started to pick up a little bit of sleet mixing in, and that is also the case in the Tulsa area. So not a huge change in what that means for you, but it's just something to note that is happening. So here's Brandon. He's in the Broken Arrow area. Notice all the snow there in the foreground. Vaughn's here south of I-40. You can see a very snowy view going easy there on the highway. And Bob's here on the north side of the metro. And you see they do have this lane cleared off, but other adjacent lanes are covered in snow. And that's continuing to be what we'll be looking at through the rest of the tonight. Light traffic out there right now, but the traffic that is there is moving slowly as you'd like to see. The other big part of this is the bitterly cold temperatures, the dangerously cold weather. Temperatures in the teens from Tulsa to the south and east, single digits to the northwest of Tulsa. We have a little light wind out there. That's kind of in that 10 to 15 mile per hour range. You know, if we account for that, it makes most of us feel like we're below zero, and that's the way it's going to be here probably until Monday afternoon, and when we finally get, I mean, just ever so slightly warmer, not enough to really write home about. It's going to take us a while to warm up after this. We'll have the very latest on that coming up at the news at 6. Also, if you want to keep up with things, our News on 6 weather streaming on YouTube has continuous updates of maps and at times cut-ins. I'm in there myself.
Yeah. I know. That was kind of.
From News on 6, this is a winter weather update.
All right, good afternoon. Winter weather still hanging around. Not enough snow, though. And a lot of folks want more. We still have enough snow, though, for anybody who's traveling, because it isn't a whole lot of fun at this point. A lot of slick spots. Storm trackers are out. 6 o'clock, we're going to talk about it and talk more in detail about what's going on. Let's take a look at radar real quick and give you an idea. Snow bands are still all across Oklahoma, western Texas, then that goes on up to the north and to the east. So we still have a lot of action that'll be going on tonight into the morning hours. In fact, at 6 o'clock, we're going to explain a little bit more about the snow totals and why you're not seeing quite as much snow across the area. Overall, though, we're talking about conditions that are going to be favorable for what appears to be at least some additional snow. Now, we do have icing situations still going on to the south and to the east. Terrible winter weather for folks in Texas and Louisiana, even into southeastern Oklahoma. So one of the biggest problems we have right now is the fact that a mixture of sleet, but some ice and some sleet that is mixing in is basically going to make it slicker on some of the roads that have been blowing off with some of the snow, even though we do have some snowpack. Notice how much is coming in from out of the southwest. So this is a stream of moisture with the second part of the storm system that we were talking about for the last 48 hours. It was going to be a 1-2 punch. This one will have a better chance of actually making accumulations of snow across the area. Obviously, it is bitter cold outside and the winds are blowing. A lot of kids have been outside and parents as well. But these bands of snow are a little bit more intense where you see the darker shades of blue or gray. And so those are continuing to move across the area. And occasionally there'll be pockets where nothing is going on. Our trackers are out and about. At 6 o'clock, we're going to detail that. But in the Tulsa metro area at this time, roads are snowpacked. And again, you can get around if it's an emergency, but it's advisable if you don't have to, not to be doing that. We'll have a complete rundown of what's going on as far as what to expect as we go through tonight and tomorrow. So we're still promising precipitation. Alan and Aaron and myself will talk about it. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised.